Howdy, folks. Thanks for tuning in. I forgot to do something real quick, so give me a moment. All right, let me get some music going here. All right, so we are picking up where we left off yesterday. And we need to get a few things done to get this wallet we've been building to an official stage 1. So specifically the things that are high on the list here is what was being worked on in the last stream, which was switching the batch generate addresses. Where is that? This stuff. So switching batch address generate and that kind of stuff, which we started to build a new function. And essentially we want to loop over each account. Let's see, where was that? This one. So maybe I'll show it in here. We want to get all of the accounts in the store, which the store is directly linked to IndexedDB. So we want to go to this accounts here, grab all of these accounts. Inside of each account, there should be an address index like that. And based on that address index, we want to take that number and make sure that that number plus 20 is always generated. So we want to replace this functionality here, which this little else statement goes, if there's no phrase, show the onboarding dialog. If there is a phrase, we attempt to use it and we check the address's length here, which is this one. And if it, well, this is what we were doing. We might switch this up. I might change it so it always does this. And inside of this function, this batch gen account addresses, it should generate I haven't fully decided how this is going to work yet. That's what I kind of need to think through, and I was a little too burned out yesterday to get through what I needed to think through. So, but we need to check each of these, and when the wallet is loaded, make sure that at least this amount is in the addresses. And if it's not, we also need to generate those in addition to the extra 20 on top of whatever that address index is. I'm not going to worry about this for now, but it might be something we need to do in the future, where we may also need to generate the change addresses as well. Right now, this 20 only includes the, what is it, receive addresses, I think. Okay, so that's probably the first thing we're going to work on, but to go over the other things on the list, let's close that. So we need to work on the backup dialog. So when you come here and click backup, this needs to, let's see, right now it forcibly sounds wrong. Right now, it does something that I would prefer it not do until you've specifically clicked a button to do it. So when you click backup, it launches the backup dialog, but it also triggers a download of the backup data. So this happens, it shows the recovery phrase, I don't like that, and then it also forces the download. And again, I used force. It doesn't force, it just does this, and I don't like that. I would rather have a download backup button that triggers this rather than just this dialog that should be showing information. So we need to modify that and switch this dialog. So this is using a phrase. I also don't want it to show this when you click the backup dialog thing. I think it should. Yeah, I think it should show several different buttons in that dialog for backing up the data. So that's the other key thing we need to get done in this stream. I've also got add confirmation dialog. So for this lock and disconnect, if I lock it, that's immediately locked, which I think there should maybe be a there should possibly be, I don't know what's better, maybe be, possibly be. It's all a lot of B's. There should be a confirmation dialog that says, are you sure you want to lock the wallet? And maybe with a timer that, you know, counts down from 60 or something and locks after 60 seconds. And the same with disconnect. Right now, if we do disconnect, this will just wipe all of the data in the browser, which is fine if you truly mean to do that. But if you don't want to wipe the data and you click that and you have not backed up your wallet, it's gone. There ain't nothing there to be like, hey, you want to back up first? Like, you've got your recovery phrase right, you know, stuff like that. So that's what I'm thinking needs to happen. That's what I mean by confirmation dialog. So those are high priority in this stream. Other things, this is done, I believe. Ended up being a GitHub setting, so that's done already. This, I believe, both of these are done now. And that's done. I might go ahead and do a commit for this. So I swear there's a check. I thought there was like a to-do list icon, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm doing that because I also want to clear this up and remove completed items. So I'm going to remove all of that. I'm going to remove that. All of that. Okay, so now this is a lot cleaner and easier to see what we need to do in this stream. Let me check my written list here and see if anything else needs to be added to this. Right, there are at least one or two things here. So clicking send with a 0 balance throws an error in the console. I'm pretty sure that it will work. Let's see. I'm pretty sure the send doesn't break anything, like the site won't stop working, but it throws an error in the console. And because of that, if you have a 0 balance and you're wondering why, if you've gone in here, filled out the information for your contact and click send, nothing happens, that's where we need to display what's gone wrong. Either we need to either in the send field, so let's just do so in this dialog, the confirm send, I believe it was clicking that. Either this doesn't load at all when you have a 0 balance, or it does load and when you click send, it won't send. So we need to indicate somehow that what's causing it, why it's happening, type of thing. So that is one of the things I had written down here. What else? Okay, another one, it's not high priority, it's probably more just a nice to have, but I will go ahead and add it. Let's see. Okay. And then the other thing that I'm wanting to do is, can I not copy that? Why can't I copy that? I'm not certain how I'm going to accomplish this yet. I might need to do some research, so I'm not sure this will happen in this stream. But if possible, we need to, assuming we're going to keep this. I mainly added this feature for me because it's been driving me crazy while developing this, getting logged out all of the freaking time. And so every time I would reload the window, I would have to re-decrypt things or re-encrypt things, and it was very frustrating. So I ended up adding that for myself, but I think a lot of people might want that, especially now that there is a disconnect feature, or not disconnect and a lock feature. So with those both implemented, and once I get them upgraded with the confirmation dialogues, that will be, I don't know if safer is right, but not as worrisome storing that, because either of those, lock will wipe out the password, the encryption password, and disconnect wipes out all the data in your browser. I think that's everything I've got on my list right now. So these are things that actually these aren't necessarily stage 1. Maybe they should be, but if of all 3 of these things, I would rather get this in there, which is this right here, this fiat display. So I think that's high priority, in my personal opinion. But it's also in the roadmap, we've shifted that around, and I thought we had, oh, there it is. Okay, I'm blind. It is first thing in stage 2. So originally, I think I had that in stage 1, and it's gotten shifted around a few times, but I think it's higher priority, but we're going to consider stage 1 done without it. So even though it's in the to-do list, I'm probably not going to work on this stream. All right, but let's get into some code, shall we? Maybe I will commit the to-dos first. All right. So we're going to work on the batch stuff first here. And let's see here. Let me make sure I've got all of the windows open that I need. I will need another wallet to test with. There it is. This is the wallet we paired yesterday. So this window here is byte, which you can see right there and right here. So we've paired this contact already in the previous stream. All right, I don't think we started testing this yet. One of the things I'm thinking though is instead of awaiting it, I'm not sure if the other functionality after this needs the addresses generated. If they do, we might need to await them. But if we can get away with having a non-blocking asynchronous function, as in instead of await batch generate addresses, we just have batch generate, and then if we need to do anything with the data, we could do it inside of a then. And so that would allow us to start the process and everything else will continue on, and it will help our interface feel a lot faster, as it can do a lot of this other stuff without just waiting around for this one thing to loop over a bunch of stuff. So if we can do it this way, that's the preferred way. The other thing that I'm trying to think through is right here, we were testing if the length is 0. Well, not right there, right here. So we're saying if the length of the addresses here is 0, we need to generate a bunch of stuff. And in this scenario, we don't want to generate 21 plus 20. So that is coming from the accounts here. Address index is 21. So we don't want to just start from 21 and generate 21 plus 20. In this scenario, we'd want to generate from 0 to 21 plus 20, so 41. So we'd want to generate 0 to 41, essentially. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way we can easily do that with this same function, or if I either need different functions or need to implement this stuff in a different way. The other thing, let's see, accounts array link. Okay, I did pop this in here in the last stream. This right here, what essentially this is where I was I'm not finishing my thoughts. My apologies. If I add this in here, it would actually need to be done in the loop here. So so that would find all of the addresses, but account index, we would want this. So this would find all of the addresses inside of here for that specific account index. And then from that, we could try to, let's see, we could get the length that's returned. Let me check something real quick. I'm pretty sure this is the way I'm going to have to do it, but... Alright, so length. Success callback. Yeah. Alright, so I was just checking to see if there's any sort of filter or whatever, but really the length gets the entire length of what's in here, which we only have one page, but I think after 50 entries or something like that, it starts to do pagination. And so that would just give us the length of every item inside of the addresses. We essentially want only the length for that specific account index, which is why this gets complicated, or a little bit complicated. We could also, if we don't want to do this, but the reason I'm doing this is in the scenario that you've got one address, maybe your main account address, you have a lot more addresses. It actually, like, I don't know what is the most likely scenario. You might have one contact that you are frequently sending and receiving money from. So you might have a lot more addresses generated for that contact. Or you might just be interacting with random people and not adding them as contacts. And in that scenario, you might just be generating addresses under your main wallet. So in either of those scenarios, you might have one or two accounts that have significantly more address indexes. And so what I'm trying to decide is if it will be more efficient to check the specific index, or if it would be better to just get everything in there and yeah, get everything in there and then just loop over one massive object. But in that scenario, if you had multiple, I don't know what the best way to do this. I haven't used IndexedDB that much. For most of the projects I've worked on thus far, local storage has been more than adequate, but it's specifically because of this like sheer amounts of data that I'm wondering what the best way to interact with it in IndexedDB is. Like, even one of the things that I'm concerned about, and I'm just not sure performance wise how it will affect things, is we've got find all in store, and then we use this iterate function to iterate everything over everything in the store. And then we're let's see. The object entries, we're taking the query, which we're using to filter or find by. So we're taking the query string for each one that's in there. We're looping over that, and if it's not a match, we set the value to undefined. So the res value here is set to undefined. And then if res is not undefined at this point, we set the result object to that res. I don't know how efficient iterate is in this scenario. I don't know how efficient it is to assign this result stuff, like especially if you've got several hundred addresses per contact. This could be a huge bottleneck. I just don't know yet. I haven't used it in a serious enough scenario where that could be causing a bottleneck. I'm not sure. But I am at least slightly concerned about it. And that's where I'm thinking right now, we're using this to find all of them. And then down here, we're taking that value and we're getting the object values essentially just to get the length for it. And we might interact with the values with that, but right now I was just testing it. But we're getting the object values. And that might be a lot of memory overhead, whereas it might be far more efficient to have another function up here like find all and store. Instead of returning the full results, if all we essentially want is the length, it might be far more efficient to have, you know, like let length equal 0 and then increment length, and then we just return the length rather than the full object. So that might be significantly more efficient. And because all of this is being done in the browser, and you could potentially use this on a mobile device, and I mean, I'm more used to the mobile devices that are available in America, but if you're using this out of the country, and I know there's you know, dash populations that are in parts of the world where they're not on the latest iPhone, they're on, you know, like knockoff versions of Androids and stuff like that, and they're not the most efficient. And so this kind of stuff could be a huge bottleneck for them, and it might even be a bottleneck just for a latest edition iPhone. I don't know. So we could switch this up and say res length is equal to 0. You know, I don't like all being in there. I might change that. Let's I'll replace all those for now. So this may be a more efficient way to get that length if that's our goal here. Then we wouldn't need to do that. The other thing that I'm wondering about is, and I did start to mention this, it may be more efficient to actually just get all the items and kind of filter the object that gets returned after it's returned. I'm not sure. But I'm going to go with this one for now. So we're going to test that. I'm going to comment out all this other code that we were using for now. All right, so let's test this functionality out. So we pass the wallet. Here we get stored items. Accounts array. All right, so if account adder's length is less than or equal to the address index, all right, so what I'm thinking we'll do here is if the number of addresses that we get back is less than or equal to the address index plus half of the batch size. So this would be 10 by default. But if the batch size changes, essentially as we approach the 20, we want at least 20 to be already generated. Is that right? Am I thinking through this right? So if this was 21, like it is in the database right now, so 21 plus 10, so 31. If this is less than 31, we want to generate more addresses. I think that's right. And we will generate to the batch size. So account index, that would become 41. I think this will work. Let's refresh and make sure nothing is broken with the changes we've made. Interesting. Undefined. Batch gen address is undefined. Right, so this time it just returns an empty object, which I'm okay with. But the way we want to test this is wiping out all of this data. What? Hang on. Something happened. Okay, so it did run that. Yeah, let's wipe it out first. Still returning empty. That's not good. Generated accounts. That is returning undefined. That might explain things. But why is it undefined? So res length is 0. Should loop over all of that. Account index 0, account index 1. It should be trying to loop over addresses. I don't know why that tiny little change would break things. It definitely has a target store. Ah. So iterate never happens. Let's add these in and see if we're getting a value from it at all. Right, so it did trigger iteration completed. Say res and include that. See. Undefined. that changed things a little bit. And that's funny. This is what I was trying to account for. So it started from address index 21. And yet in this scenario, we actually want to generate 0 to 21. Or everything before 21 because there was nothing. I'm okay simplifying this one and just doing that. Although, actually, let's see. I'll leave it for now. Now that there are values, I want to refresh and see what happens this time. So if it's not empty, res does have a value. We could do, let's see, if store length is equal to 0, return. I think then we could actually drop that. Store length is 0, we return, which is 0. I suppose I could do that, or I could just do that. What? I haven't. Is numlock off? There we go. Hey, the Neverworld. Sorry I didn't see your message. It's been a few minutes. Things are going well. Just trying to get this wrapped up for stage 1. How are you doing? That's good to hear. Yeah, I haven't worked with IndexedDB that much. I don't know if you caught that, but trying to figure out what the most efficient way here to deal with filtering through a bunch of records in IndexedDB. So that's what I'm working on right now. So I wrote this function to iterate over things and then found out iterate doesn't run if it's empty. So it was getting no value. So that should take care of it, which means we come back here and wipe this out again. Actually, we go back down to where we're calling it. We get filtered store length. Okay, I know what I want to do. Let's refresh first. I want to find this. And refresh. Okay, so that's what I was expecting. So if accounts adders length is 0, let's see. Nope, that's not right. Address index. Okay, I think this will do it. Yeah, so I'm using local forage for this, but I don't know how efficient it is because I haven't done much with IndexedDB. I'm a little worried that everything I do with it, I'm having to iterate over the entire collection, essentially. And that's a little worrisome to me. So you're making a place where you can discuss deals and trade USDT. That's cool. You think you'll do something similar and use their account password or some other password to encrypt and store their wallet info online. Yeah, that's where the encryption gets tricky for me, because there's no actual server. Where all of these are static files, and so I can't have like a server side that has some part of the secret to encrypt it in the browser side. So we don't have that. So I'm not sure what the best way to handle essentially encrypting or hashing the encryption password. I guess ideally I've got to hash the encrypt. No, I can't hash the encryption password. I need the encryption password to be something I can recover. Yeah, I don't know. It's complicated. Right now it's essentially just obfuscated by being a base 64 of the string, but that's not secure by any means, and that's why I do need to secure the encryption password in some method. I mean, even if it's hard coded into the wallet, that's better than just like if we've got a hard coded variable, it's better than just plain base 64, because all you do is on base 64 it and you've got the password, which is not ideal. So with a server side, you can actually make that a lot more secure, and then what's stored, you're interacting with the server whenever you need to get that encryption password. But since we're not doing that, the only interactions we have are with the Dash blockchain, and I suppose yeah, I think that's it. I think the only API calls we're making are to the Dash blockchain right now. That's where I suppose the passkey stuff that is being added might be of value, because then we might be able to use that built into the browser rather than storing a written encryption password. The Neverworld says, could you provide optional backups online for money? Theoretically, yeah. I don't know if we want to do that, because this is storing your recovery phrase. That's what the backup is. I don't know if we want to be in that business. Or rather, I should say, I don't want to be in that business, because, you know, I tend to think everything will eventually be hacked, and I don't want to have that on my conscience. I'd rather push that off, like, you store this the best way you can figure out. Oh, nice. So the Neverworld says, yeah, passkeys is a good idea. I made a crypto wallet unlocked with a fingerprint scanner before all the passkey stuff came out. That's cool. Yeah, that is something that I would like to add in here. And actually, we didn't include in the roadmap. I forgot about that. But I would love to have fingerprint option for the encryption side, essentially. I'm not against that. All right, let's see if this works how I'm hoping it will. Let's refresh here. Nope, didn't work. What went wrong? Definitely should have been 0. So account adder's length is equal to 0, return 0. This should be more than 40. Oh, derp, that's my bad. Okay, so it's because of the batch size. So we need to adjust batch size as well. So that doesn't look right. Say bat size. There we go. All right. So otherwise batch size. So length is 0. I don't know if I'm liking that. See some messages coming in. Give me a moment here. Finish my train of thought in this code. So then batch size. Okay, let's see if that fixes it like I'm hoping it will. There we go, 61 entries. That's what I was expecting. So there's 20 for account index 0, and there will be 41 for account index 1. Yeah, so we've got 35. Let's see if we can find 41. Or it might be 40. I don't know. Because it's 0 based. Could have one that's a 40. Oh, wait. I forgot. This is where it paginates now. There's a 40. Okay. Cool. All right, let me catch up on chat messages here. The Neverworld says, does it work in the browser or just in smartphone app? Do you mean the fingerprint unlock? If that's what you mean, I think Passkeys is supposed to add some version of that into the browser. So if that works, that's how I would look at implementing it. I don't know if that's how it works right now, though. I think it's supposed to integrate with biometric, so it might integrate with your face or thumbprint type stuff. But I'm not positive. That's where it's something I want to look into, I want to use, but I haven't had the time yet to look in depth, so I'm not sure what's actually possible yet. The Neverworld says, I think people like browsers because they don't have to download anything. That's a huge plus to browsers, which is why they're probably still here. Plus, you can inspect all the code and the network tab, more transparent, but I've heard that the downside is that the version can be changed at any moment, unlike a smartphone app. Your client is stored on a server, right? Nice, congrats. So we have static files, so literally HTML, CSS, and JavaScript hosted on a static Nginx or a Caddy server. I forget which one. So it's just serving static files. We don't have Node.js. We don't have, Go, Rust, whatever. We don't have any actual server-side processes. So everything happening in the wallet is happening in your browser tab, and there are the external Insight APIs, which is how we get the balances. So those are servers, but they're linking to servers that are hosted by the actual Dash network, and so you're interacting with an HTTP interface directly to the Dash blockchain that's provided by the people who do the Dash core group. So you download the files from the static file server, but there's no processing happening on that server is the point. So it's just serving those plain, text files essentially with the MIME type. So if it's a .html, it's being served as, text/HTML MIME type. If it's CSS, it's text/CSS. But other than that, we're just serving the plain text files, and then the browser interprets them. We don't have PHP or Node or Rust or Go or any of those server-side languages doing something on the server side. All the processing is happening in browser. So yeah, exactly like what you said, it's more transparent. If you want to figure out what we're doing, you can literally open up your dev tools here and see everything we're doing. All the API calls we're making are happening in the network tab, and you can see it. Like, these are all the files that are being loaded. I guess let me do a refresh here. So these are just static files. Other than that, socket.io, and that's connecting to the Insight API. So other than that, we're serving just static CSS, JavaScript, and HTML. That's it. Oh, you meant the Neverworld says, oops, I meant when I said you don't download anything in a browser in general. Yeah, you're not downloading a file and installing it. It's just the plain stuff. Could someone add some JavaScript for an API call to steal people's passwords at any moment? I mean, no, we do not send the recovery phrase or your encryption password over the network. Those never get sent over the network. Someone could make a copy of this code base, alter it, and try and pretend it's our wallet. And so, yeah, someone could do that in that scenario, but it wouldn't happen on our servers unless the servers themselves got hacked. But in general, short of hacking our servers, no, that should not happen. No one could, like, if someone modifies the only API, so Insight Dash, they won't get the passwords because we're never sending the passwords to insight.dash. So let's say one of the employees went rogue. Yeah, if an employee went rogue, they could also alter the code, modify the code, and add, some keylogger type stuff. But again, that's on the hacking side. Like, you can only do so much at the end of the day. This is an open source project. It's being built in the open. And at the end of the day, like, we're not adding any of that stuff. If someone does that, they do it for paid projects too. Like, you can do your best, and the best we can do is it's open source. If you want to make sure you're getting the stuff we've built, you can go literally to the source and get that. And short of someone sneaking in something that is stealing passwords, we're not doing that. Like, we never send those passwords over the wire. But, and this is actually why I'm saying I need to do more than just base 64 encoding the password. Is the encryption password and the recovery phrase are stored in local storage in the browser. Well, sorry, not in IndexedDB in the browser. One's in session storage, one's in IndexedDB. So those are in the browser. If someone got a malicious browser extension and it was installed, they could theoretically log those passwords or, swipe those passwords that way as well. And so that's another reason you want to figure out a way that the encryption password is usable to decrypt, but is not easily figured out itself. And that's one of those things that's why I'm like, I like having that, this stuff. Let's see. So I like having this, but it would be definitely more secure to just remove that. For developing, this became necessary because I'm just reloading the window too much, and it was going to drive me insane if I didn't have this. But security-wise, it would be better to just remove this flat out. And then, yeah, so in that scenario, though, every time you refresh the window, you will literally have to decrypt your wallet. And so that will just be annoying to most people. So yeah, figuring out a way that we could store it if we want to, or like, this is again back to like, this is your money, your wallet. Like, if you think your browser is secure enough and want to store it, but maybe we should slap more of a disclaimer on there, like, this could, could expose you to more risk than you desire. Like, only do this if you're super confident. Don't do this on a public computer type of thing. Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, and the Neverworld says, yeah, my password manager uses the session storage in case they forget to log out. That's why we're doing that in session storage. At least if the browser closes, you're going to have to re-authenticate. Makes sense. Plus, if you don't make them enter the pass for a long time, they might forget it. And yeah, that's another risk there. Okay, so we've got this working. Let's go back here. And now this will run anytime the wallet has a phrase. So essentially it's decrypted. This should run. Let's see. Let's see if it runs, now that all of those are generated, if it runs the same way. So it did do some insight updates and grabbed values for some of those, which is expected. It may be worthwhile to actually move this outside of this if statement and actually just run it regardless. So when you load the wallet, this would run regardless of if it's the first time or already. It shouldn't block the loading, but this would then get the stored items for any of the accounts loaded. It will loop over each account, make sure that, let's see. Yeah, I think this should be good. I'm actually going to delete this one because it doesn't really provide great information. Let's see if that. All right, let's load this again. Batch generated accounts. Why does that return like that? Okay, so if accounts length is greater than 0, we loop over that stuff. All right, I guess that is expected. But then accounts doesn't get set because we loop over this and it never runs that, so nothing gets set. But I think if we were to, let's see, go here and do request. I think that would bump the account index here. So the address index is bumped to 22 now. If we refresh, it should generate, did not. I think it should have generated one more in this instance. Oh, wait, no. So it should already have enough. Address index plus 10. So if we did this a few more times, though, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so that should bump our account address index over 20 or to 32. Okay, so now it's 32, which would put this. Wait, hang on. Is this working right? So account address length That might work. I think it will. Let's refresh and see. Yep. Okay. That did do it. So it started at 32. It generated 20 on top of it. Good. Good, good. So at least on refresh now, if you go over that, it will now generate additional addresses. So now we have 72 entries. We had 61 before. And so it didn't do a full 20. It just did enough so that we have a 20 buffer. So if we're at 32, it should go to index 52 now, right? Yeah. Did it? Or did it go to 51? Looks like it went to 51. That might be a gaffe. The Neverworld says, are there increment buttons and can you change the increment amount? That would be convenient. Sometimes I hate having to enter the amount. Or is there a fiat to dash calculator? So the fiat is one of the things I've mentioned in the stream already. I don't know if we'll get to it in this stream, but it is high on my list. Let's see. So there should be, you can't really see it, and I guess it, yeah. So you've got buttons right here. It is a number field. I don't know why they don't show an arrow, though. That's kind of weird. Yeah, so, but it is a number field, so it does have buttons built in, and you can do that. Those are extremely small values, though, so you'll be clicking a while. Especially on desktop, it might be worthwhile to capture the mouse scroll and have that increment it as well. So that might be something to add. Right now, yes, you do have to enter it manually. It would be great to have like a show your current balance. You can kind of see it behind here. So you can't see the current balance. At least depending on your window size. I suppose if you did it too small, that would block it, but yeah. Definitely room for improvement. Again, this is basically our MVP, so we're trying to prove we can do it, not necessarily have every single feature, but that's definitely an improvement that I think is worth having, so thanks for bringing it up. I'll add that to my list real quick here. All right, I've got that added to my list, so potentially adding a like 25 50, 75 max or something, 100%. So add some easy things like that, and then also letting you see the fiat or maybe specify it by the fiat. So that is on my list of things I'd like, but we're not quite there yet. I need to get this batch stuff implemented in another place as well. So we've got this at least on load. As you approach, if you refresh, it will generate those addresses, which this is how we're getting the balances. So if you happen to, like I just did, open this up and request funds multiple times, it will keep incrementing, so that address will change each time, which is more of a privacy feature where every time you try and send, I do want something in here where maybe that's optional, like it defaults to the last address, and you've got a button that says like give me a new address or something, and then it would increment. I think I might prefer that better personally. I don't know if everyone would, but I personally would. Okay, but now that we've got that, it might be useful to break apart this function even more. And what I'm thinking here is this logic to actually generate it. I don't always need to loop over all the accounts. For instance, in this scenario where you're requesting funds, I will already know the exact account that I want. So I essentially want the functionality in the for loop to be its own function, so that I could just trigger that when you're doing the request and incrementing that value. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that. All right, so wallet and the account is A, and the batch size. Okay, so I think that should work. I'm gonna go ahead and wipe this out again. Before I wipe it out, let's actually refresh. So, oh, and this is why we test things. Okay, so cannot read properties of undefined account index. Batch gen account headers. Account index. So account is A. Hmm. Okay, so, oh, account is undefined. Why is it undefined? For A, accounts array. Oh, derp. Derp to derp. Wait. Uh, oh, haha, I forgot to save main.js. hitting... Well, when you save all the files that you make changes to, things tend to work differently. Alright, so with that change... Clearly, we're not getting the same... It's doing the loops. That's what I was expecting. Alright. So, I don't need that. It was working right. I just needed to freaking save the file. Which means I should be able to delete that too. Okay. Okay, and then let's see. You want to wipe out all of these and make sure it's working from scratch. All right, final address index 23, final address index 52. So we should have quite a bit more. Although that seems low. Oh, no, that's right. Okay. Final address index is correct. I was thinking that is the account index one. So in here, I was thinking address index here would be 23, but it's 3. So that makes far more sense. This is what I was expecting. That's good. Okay. And it means we can now use this function kind of like that. And, all right, so we kind of want to switch this around, I think. And let's see, account. All right, so that's just being logged. Both of those are being logged. So I think we can safely, I'm going to comment that out for now. Move it down here. Okay, so this should, when you generate a new contact, so you create a new contact, an account gets generated, that should make sure the correct amount of addresses get generated, but we also need to, this isn't the only place. But it might be happening in a different file. Let's see. Probably here. All right, this is where I believe I was looking for. Wait, no. It's not right. That's what I'm looking for. So receive wallet, address index, receive wallet, in wallet. Okay, so in wallet, not empty, in wallet. Contact incoming. All right, so it's in wallet, which is derived from the contact, which is encrypted, so it's hard to tell what that is now, but Hey, Esports Indonesia, how are you doing? All right, so we're looking for in-wallet. It's coming from incoming. That's how we're setting the receive wallet address index. And then after that, so if there's no in-wallet, we derive it like that. There is. Ooh, some of this. Okay, that's where it gets encrypted. So the main thing I think that's happening between these two is the address index for in-wallet is set there versus state.wallet as the setting. But suffice it to say, we get down to here, and this is where it's getting set and updated. And so we want to implement dang it, I copied over the code I had. This. All right, so we want to set something like that. So let's see, send or request. Find, send, request. Give that there, and then up here in the globals. Should get us that function. Then new account. All right, so I think that when you send or request, every time a new QR code is changed, you know, we don't actually need these values. So I could switch this to, let's see. So I could do that. I don't really need to do it. In any case, we're not depending on it, so even setting those is kind of dumb, but we could add a console log in here, like so, and just say a. Maybe I'll drop. I'm gonna drop that wrapper. Okay. So that would give us the generated addresses, do it in a non-blocking fashion so that we could continue on. And every time you request a new one, this should run. So let's refresh here. Okay. If we do request, this should have run, I think. It's got batch in there. I guess it did run. Okay. I think that will do it. Let me get this code committed. I'm not even going to include this. There doesn't seem to be a need. And I might, this is a small enough amount of information, and I'll do it like that. And this way we can comment out this then, because we really don't need to see that. Actually, I'm going to leave it commented in for now, because I do want to see what happens when it works. So let's request. At some point, this null should not be null. It should be a value. Probably soon. Uh-oh. This is why we test things. Not read properties of undefined reading derived wallet. So in wallet 823. Oh, that's probably my bad. Let's see if that works. Dang it. Now I have to do this all over again. I think we just need to get 10. I think that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No? I have to get all 20? Dang it. There we go. That's what I was expecting. And if we come into here, let's see, we've got 95 entries. It sounds about right. The other one was like 50 something, and this is now over 40. Yeah, so there's one of the later ones for the account we've been working on. That one too, so 41. Looking for 42 or 43. There it is. Cool. All right, so that is working. I think now we can safely do that. Good thing I checked that before I committed this code. All right, so we've got send or request. Maybe that's what I'll do. I don't really want any console warns in here. They were really more for testing purposes. We can also comment out. Okay. There's a bunch in there. I do not think I want all of those console logs. At least to be logging every time. They were really more for debugging. It's also, I don't think I want those. Okay. I think that's cleaned up enough for my liking. So let's go ahead and add this. I don't know if this is really a bug. I also don't think it's a new feature. Maybe it's refactor. I guess I'll call it a bug. So right, that gets the batch generate in there, and it's officially pushed. And maybe I should have updated the to-do, but didn't. Oh, did I not include the batch stuff here? I knew I was missing something. The batch generate addresses on wallet load. Batch generate store addresses. Load and after address index is incremented by requesting funds in send/request dialog. Okay, and I'm gonna be sneaky and do that and commit, staged, amend, check. And force push that. All right. Now at least the to-do is part of that commit. All right, now we need to go on to the backup stuff. I think that's the next priority. All right, so this is the dialog that we need to update, and we'll probably need to add another rig for this. Let's see. Nope, that's not right. I think it is that. All right, so I'm passing that into show modal. And that's where it's getting triggered, but it's also being passed into the globals here. So there should be something like that in there. So ideally, I think this would get shifted. Local forage base config name. Let's see. So I think with that commented out, if we refresh this and then do backup, cool. So it doesn't force the download, which is one of the things that's been annoying me. Hmm. Okay, so we need to fill this dialogue out differently. Trying to see if I'm doing multiple buttons in any other dialogues. Right now, the closest we have is these QR things, then the copy URIs, but we're not really doing the other stuff. We do have a delete here, and then X is technically a button, but I mean, it's not really a button. It's really a button, but it's not treated as a button. And then you can click that, but it also doesn't indicate that it's a button. Hmm. I suppose the other thing that's probably closest is the onboarding dialog. So we've got two buttons here. It's a very different display, but this is a dialog. It launches something like this. Hmm. Decisions. Hmm. Okay, I think there were 4 things. So you store backup, pull backup, go seed phrase. What am I forgetting? I swear there was something else I wanted in this. So key store. That's not what I meant to click. What the heck? Where's the one I want? There we go. So display recovery phrase, all wallet data, key store. I swear there was a fourth one. The only thing that's coming to mind right now, though, is encrypted versus decrypted. Admittedly, I wasn't expecting that to happen. Let's see how we can fix that. Let's see if just articles between them will fix it. Okay, that's all right. All right, so decrypted full backup, encrypted full backup, backup key store, show key phrase, show seed phrase. I wonder if instead of having done, that's odd. I'm not overriding the header, so that should be set, I think. But I guess I am overriding the close text. See if that does it. All right, there we go. Why ain't that working? feel like one of those should work. Color me confused. That's what I think I want, but it certainly isn't responding to it. Hmm. Oh. Sometimes Flexbox is not worth the effort. Sometimes it works amazingly and I love it. And other times I get into scenarios like this where I have no clue why it's not filling this area. It's very perplexing. So that should be that height. And it should stretch, I think. I don't know. The flex wrap, no wrap property prevents aligned content from having an effect. Is that what? I feel like that's not what's happening. Huh? Where is flex wrap being done? Prevents aligned content from having an effect. I feel like you're lying to me. That's what I feel like. Well, that's something. So even though that fills the area, something about that it doesn't like, and these don't really treat it like it's valid. I suppose between the two, I would prefer that one. However, I'm fairly certain this will mess things up. Oh, although I just had a thought. Let's see what this does. Hey, that's what I was trying to do. Except I don't know why that one doesn't have. So the others have padding except for that last one. Of course. The last of type flex none. Adding 0. The last of type is not first of type. All right, I'm thinking between the options, I do like if this were centered, so that one the best. Okay. So that gives us 4 different buttons. I might do just one full backup for now. So comment that out. Download a copy of Okay, let's see. This one would be eStore backup. This would be seed phrase. All right. All right, so with those alts added, we get display your seed phrase, download your key store as a JSON file, download a copy of all data stored in the browser. All right, so with those added, we can see. I think all of these right now would close. Yeah. So they close the dialog, but what we want is something to check the intent. That's more like what I'm looking for. So if the intent equal to something like that. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your message, the Neverworld. What if you had a button option like a button with a drop down arrow inside of it? You mean here? So instead of backup, it pops open another sub menu that gives you the options? Hmm. Oh, actually, we might need app dialogues. Oh, wait, it's there already. Okay. Okay, so wallets get set in a few different places. Get stored items. Thinking that I want to just pass wallets into. Sure, one of these must be passing wallets. There it is. Derp, I'm already passing it. I'm just not adding it here. Okay. Okay, so that should give us wallets in here, and then that would give us the key stored data. Or we could do it up here, do key store backup, and there's a key store. And we can eliminate that. And let's see. I need save JSON to file, which I'm not passing that through. Let's see. Nope, not that. But I think that's code I do need. That would go there. Oh, I guess I do need that. So let's save JSON to file. All right, let's test this out. Where'd that go? Let's move this back over here. Clear the batch thing, and we want to back up wallet. This was key store. Wallet. ID is equal to B. That doesn't seem right. So wallet.id should work. Okay, backup wallet, backup key store. That launches. Let's go here. Save that. Cool. All right, let me be here. Cool. All right, that backed up the key store. Let's also test this one. Okay, I'm going to save that. Sweet. Okay, I like that a lot better for backing up. And then the last one is connecting the seed phrase. And we've already got something similar to that. Let's see, where is that? Phrase backup. That ain't right. Clearly missed something. So wallet, generate wallet data. All right, so it is the difference between what generate wallet data is. Okay, so generate wallet data returns the derived wallet data. But clearly, whatever we're grabbing, it's probably the string. That's why. Let's see. Oh no, it's not the string. So wallet was the key store. Okay, so that's not the right thing that we're grabbing. We could theoretically get the key store from, or the phrase from there. But let's see if there's a better way to do it. Okay, so maybe just passing wallet would solve our problem. Hmm. All right, that might work. Let's refresh and try again. Nope. Hmm. Well, it does get set after this, so that might be why. Although these other ones I thought had references to it and it was working. Hmm. Maybe I was already passing it in there. That might be my bad. Let's try that. So, wallet. See if that works. There we go. Uh-oh. Wasn't expecting that. Okay, so phrase backup has something. So in there, submit, it does wallet encrypt render. Right, so if we do that, and then in backup here, we say encrypt false. Let's see if that works. All right, so show seed phrase, done. Boom, awesome. Now the other thing that I wanted to do, and I forgot about until now, is decrypt. All right, so what I'm looking for is if we return the success of the decrypt dialog. We do resolve return value. So if return value is not equal to cancel, and that happens handle on close, dialog, return value. However, that probably gets overwritten by this submit. So what we want is might just say true. Or let's see, intent. Let's see what our options are. New wallet. So temporarily decrypt wallet data stored in the browser. New wallet. All right, so with that intent, if that is being set here, de dot Intent. Or is it not phrase backup? We want wallet backup. So all right, let's see. So this should be the load wallet result now. Assuming this works. So let's refresh here. And we do that. And now if we do show seed phrase, that did not work. So KS is not set. Why isn't it set? Should be set. Oh, that's my bad. Okay, that's what I was expecting. So FDE is set and it has the key store. Good. Which means if we decrypt it, okay. Load wallet. So Right, so enter decryption password to display seed phrase. That should change the title. And then we should also be able to do submit text, I think. All right, let's see. Backup, decrypt wallet. That didn't take. Why didn't that take? Oh, that's my bad. I'm a derp. All right. Woo, that's too long. Too long, Clinky. Too long. Let's see how this looks. Decrypt seed phrase, much better. Show decrypted seed phrase. Click that, it still doesn't work. Yeah, I kind of want, I feel like if I submit this and have this off, it's probably going to clear the session storage. And so I kind of want to hide that or have an option to hide it, just like I did for this. So instead of run encryption, let's call it that. And then if we go into here, actually, what did we do for this one? That's right, run encryption. Difference here is this. Remember. then here we actually want to do and what were we going to call it again? Show remember. Actually, I should change this one too. Move that. And then up here, say run encryption true. But I'll move this one down. Yeah, or maybe up. Oh, I can't decide. Footer, content, fields, events. Let's do it there. Encryption true. Okay. And for this one, remember if show remember. So if no show remember, we're going to say return empty string. Otherwise, we return that, which then gets put there. Then I need to check session storage is only used at one time and only gets set if remember is checked. So it shouldn't override. Okay, so with those changes, let's refresh again. I'll come in here, backup wallet, show, does not show the remember. So encryption password, we enter that and we decrypt. Boom. Click that. Awesome. Okay, and from here, we should be able to do this as well. Save this. Yep. Right, so those worked. I think I want that to close when you click here. Let's see, so what did we do to override this one? Several of these dialogues will close if you click out of it. That's not one of them. That one is. So, what about this? That one is too. Okay. Let's see. handle close probably. And if we come back into here, let's see if that fixes it. Nope. Okay, so there's more than that. That's probably it. So I must be overriding click, and I don't know if I need to be. So close, submit, and click. Oh, and that's only for copy. So I could probably comment that out instead because we don't have the copy in here anymore. So now, there we go. Okay, cool. And I don't think I need this either. So we're not overriding that. So let's refresh. Back up. Awesome. Cool. So then you can get out of that easily enough, but if you need to, you should be able to click these. Okay, cool, cool, cool. And I can remove that now. And I'll leave that commented out one. And I can remove that. Okay. All right. So let's add that. We're going to say, I'm going to call this a feature UI. Introduce new features. So this is, oh, wait, when that happens. Granular backup. Uh-oh. Following file has unsaved. Save all and commit. Let's cancel. What's going on? I do like that it caught that. Okay, let's try that. There we go. Cool. And I'm gonna go ahead and push that. So that should get those into the branch. Okay, we're making progress. And I forgot to do it. Again. Forgot to update the to-dos. Okay, so the to-dos we need to do are backup key store. Okay, so that now includes the to-do update. Cool. Cool. Making progress. How's my music, by the way? Anyone watching? It's too loud? Quiet? Turn it up or down? All right, so I think next I want to work on the confirmation dialog stuff. I don't know how long my mic's been muted, but I just realized my mic was muted. So my apologies, because I've been talking. Hopefully it wasn't muted that long. I'm kind of thinking if we do state dot callback. And before I forget, that's what I want. I'm thinking if I do something like this and do info. And we can do info, warn, and thing. Then here we could do action classes, action type. This would be state. All right. So then with just the action type, we should be able to override that to change the button look and feel. Let's see. So those are right. Move Alt. Nope, that ain't right. Nope, that ain't right. Okay. So that will allow us to override that. Do we have a lock icon? I don't think that was planned for, so I doubt we have a lock icon provided. Trash was planned for, so we had that from the delete there. I might go with just a built-in emoji if we've got a lock one. Let's see. All right, with that done, if we come into main here, we need to import the rig that we just made. So let's come in here. I'll find where, that one? Confirm action. Action. So we definitely don't need those. I don't think we need store either. So I think we would need the callback. I'll just do this for now. And what was some of the other stuff? Oh, we could do... Oh, I suppose I don't need to set that if I'm using this. And maybe I'll comment that out for now. So we had callback. The other things we probably want to define are some of these things. Off the wall. All right, and I think this is what would go into callback. So let's see if that works. Right, and lock, boom, confirm wallet lock. Are you sure you want to lock this wallet? That doesn't look good. I wonder. find where this is defined. So those set the background colors. What I actually want is border color, because I know this hovers over with that, but I don't know if we added a way to set border color. Nope, not in there at least. So we've got it gets set on reset, but not necessarily on other things. I'm going to copy that. And in the theme here. Whoa. Okay, so with that, if we come back here and instead of BG warn, we do BRD. Okay, let's see what that does. That ain't right. Let's see if that does it. Hmm. Button outline. Interesting. But it doesn't have a border. What's going on here? That's a little bit confusing. BRD info, border color. Okay, so we've got border worn down there. It is getting overridden by pretty much everything else. Ah, footer, button. I don't like using important. I'm doing it for now. But I will likely want to change that. This is where if we had an actual icon for the lock, it wouldn't match that warning. All right, so confirm wallet lock. Are you sure you want to lock this wallet? Let's test it out. Boom, it locked. Cool. All right, so if we decrypt that. All right, that at least works. Which means we should be able to take this right down here and say confirm wallet disconnect. We don't actually need to set this for either of these, I don't think. And we can move this inside of the callback. That is odd. So outline, I guess. Trying to see if there's an emoji that I guess I could pull this over here that would represent disconnecting. Tried searching for disconnect and did not see one. Wait. Done. Disconnect. Are you sure you want to disconnect this wallet? Feel like that should override things. Oh, derp. That's why it's not overriding things. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Lock it down. Disconnect. Clear all wallet data stored in browser. Right, so confirm wallet disconnect. Are you sure you want to disconnect this wallet? I'm thinking before I go forward with that, there's at least one more thing I want to add. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking that if we do this, well, actually, let's copy this one. And then we could do something like this. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. Copy first and then paste. And we want alert. All right, let's see what that looks like. That doesn't look good. Why would you guys let me do that? That looks horrible. How dare you? What's more confusing to me is why it's showing up there. It's commented out right there, so alert should be empty. What do we do in this one? Figure. Or confirm. Go amount. Article figure. Let's see what that does. Oh, wait. That might be my bad. Let's see what that does. That's a little bit better. Although, maybe too much. See how that looks. That's not enough. What's going on here? Don't we have a PX1? It's a little bit better. I'm guessing it's PX3 that I want. That's one rem. Yeah, I'm going to do PX3. And now I'm wondering if they both should be that way. On here, let's say three and PX3. Thought there was a text align left option like that. Spell it out, apparently. I want to see what these look like. So, whoops. I wonder if it would be better to add that to the footer like the other one. The footer in line. Let's see if we move this here. And I think we'll remove that. Okay, let's see what that looks like. That doesn't look good. I don't know about you, but I don't think that looks good. And it looks bad because inline column. Or maybe I do need that. Let's see what that looks like. That doesn't look better. I feel like that should have switched it to row. Right. Getting a little bit better. Does this need to be a row as well? Or wait, maybe it needs flex. Change, so I'm guessing this needs to be column now. Yep, okay. So it needed flex and column. Not loving that. What? I swear there's MY. What the heck? I know there's MX. Dash. What? I swear there's MX. I was using it somewhere. Right now I'm very confused. PX? Ah, that's what I was using. Okay. I swear I had margin stuff for this. Yet it's not coming up. Oh, wait. I mean, I guess I should do this one. Then do margin. And we also want this one. All right, and that should fix that one. There we go. Right, so confirm wallet disconnect. Oh, I missed that. Wait, no, that's right. Disconnect. Are you sure you want to disconnect this wallet? This is an irreversible action which removes all wallet data from your browser. See how that looks. Right. This is an irreversible action which removes all wallet data from your browser. Make sure to back up first. We retain no backups. I wonder, age, let's do 5 and see how this looks. Doesn't look good. Let's try 4. Don't know. I was thinking 3 or 2 would be too much, but maybe not. All right. We retain no backups. This is an irreversible action which removes all wallet data from your browser. Make sure to back up your data first. We retain of your wallet data. Right, so we retain no backups of your wallet data. Okay. Boom. Sweet. Let's see here. Okay, and let's see if I can remember to check to-do items first. So add confirmation, X. Right, and feature UI. Display confirmation dialog before logout. Before disconnect, lock, and disconnect. Disconnect. All right, and push. Okay, cool. I'm getting distracted. I was trying to look something up real quick. All right. So we've made some pretty good progress here. Let's look into the zero balance issue. So luckily, we just cleared this wallet data. So if we go into application here, all of these are empty. And session storage should be empty, and this should be too. All right, good. So with that, I'm going to generate a new wallet to make sure that we've got an empty one. I'm going to call it JoJo. Copy that. And enter a password. Crypt. All right, and it generated several addresses. Got the new wallet information. Let's see. So accounts, wallets, addresses. We've got 20. Okay. So with this, I believe I'll still want to connect it to the other wallet. So this is our other wallet. I'm going to do new contact here. And I'm going to edit the profile here and say JoJo B. And I'm actually going to add -B there. Okay. Since this one was already paired, then I'll do a new contact, copy, paste. Okay. So now if I go and click send here, select byte. So I think this is where it fails. Let me clear all of that. Okay. So that is what I wanted to find. And it likely failed inside of the confirmation dialog or very near it. What do we got? Create EX. Send or request. Right, so we've got create transaction coming in from wallet, but we want this one. So what happens is create transaction. It's this. That's where it's failing. So we try to get the core UTXOs. Wondering if we're passing in balance at all. So send or request, account, wallet, store. Is balance in store or app state? Let's see. Dialogues, tools. Oh, wallet funds has a balance. So we could pass in wallet funds. Let's see. Shouldn't have cleared that yet. Dagnabbit. Okay, so with wallet funds, I think we should be able to do and wallet funds dot balance is greater than 0 or is greater than amount. Then we also need to take wallet funds and add it to the globals. Okay. Or instead of that, we could do, leave it like this, and then we do, let's see. Amount is greater than 0 and wallet funds is greater than amount. Is less than amount. Turn All right, let's test that out real quick. See if we've targeted the right place where it's going haywire. Send that. And insufficient wallet funds to send. All right, so insufficient funds in wallet. All right, so what we really need here is probably another dialogue. Okay, so dialogue. We need another dialogue. I'm kind of thinking that it should function similar to this one. So, it may be worthwhile to refactor this dialogue, and when you have insufficient funds, change it to, instead of just logging to the console here, insufficient funds, we could load this and say insufficient funds for send. Please add this amount rather than request amount, say required funding amount. And then it shows you your own wallet to send funds to. That would certainly be better than just not showing anything, let me tell you. All right, so instead of confirm, let's say I'm assuming it's this request QR. Hmm. Okay. I wonder if I don't include 2, what that will do. hoping it'll still work. So I'm going to test it. And this would be amount is wallet funds balance minus amount. Receive wallet. Thinking we would want this, something like it. Let's see. I want to see if to and contact are required. I don't think they are. So if no state, so if no to state dot to get contact. So to is equal to contact info name. If no to, it equals to the alias. If still no to, it equals to the state dot to. And that's not even used. Okay. All right, so to isn't needed. And I'm guessing contact isn't needed either. Okay, good. Good, good. That's what I was hoping for. So I should be able to comment those out. Receive wallet gets set there. Amount. All right, let's see how this works out. All right, so insufficient wallet funds. That's not right. Okay, WW8. Let's try that again. Okay, good. It did update. Let's check and make sure. Because something's wrong here. Guess I'll just copy that. I want to see if this address is actually in the store. Man, I hate that it does not search very well. Okay, that is there. So I also wanted to be sure that it is account index 0, and it is. It's address index 2. If I close and do that again. Interesting. Why did it reverse? Oh, that's why it reversed. I did request rather than send. Okay. So let's check this one. There it is. Number 3. Cool. But we do want that included, I think. So why isn't it including the amount? So generate. So address, user info, claims. Amount is greater than 0. That's why it's not there. Let's see. That didn't do it. Is that what I need to do? A negative times a negative is a positive? I think that's a thing. That sounds like a thing to me. I think I heard that somewhere. So that did make it positive. However, if that number is already positive, that will mess it up. I wonder if there's a math function to do that. JS math. Positive. Positive. Is that it? Absolute? Let's see if that does what I'm hoping it will. Hey, there we go. It's exactly what I wanted. No timesing or anything like that. So math absolute now gives me the amount to send. Okay, and with that, I should be able to come into here. If we refresh this page, I don't know if I have DevTools up. I don't. Okay. So with this page, if I tried to go here, say send, and send over the funds, insufficient funds. Good. And it subtracted the funds I have. Is that right? I'm not sure if that's right. Okay, that is. I think. 0, 0. Maybe I should try this. Maybe that will make it more obvious. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I might change inside of here request amount to just amount. Okay. All right, so insufficient wallet funds. Let's see. So send or request sufficient funds. And if I take this and I say send let's do this. Let amount needed for that. And we will do this. Okay, so amount needed, send amount needed. Why does that have a link icon? That's weird. That's what I want. Send amount needed to this address. Fund this address with fund this wallet with at least Not needed to send funds. Okay, let's see how that looks. Send byte 0.987 send. Fund this wallet with at least 987 to complete this transaction. Can I actually close that? That's weird. All right. Okay, so with that up, what we have here in main is a socket listener right here. And we check if result socket found in store. Where's result come from? Okay, result is that. New transaction is the return. Store address is get item. Site updated at. With check address and transaction ID turn false. Mm-hmm. Okay, so theoretically, if I were to send funds to this address, this should automatically close and update the wallet. So let's see. All right, let's try this out and see if it works. Oh, look at that. It did work. But it didn't send me enough. Dang it. But theoretically, I could send more. Let's test sending a little bit more. Okay. That got a bit more. So now that we have that, let's try to send again. But I still want to do the wrong amount. So I'm going to say 0.2. Send. Ooh, that's fun. Okay. That's not great. Hey, Fry EJS. How are you doing? Just saw your message. Let's see. This needs to wrap. Got a feeling I've also told this not to wrap. No, I haven't. That's good, I guess. Let's see. Word wrap. Nope, that ain't doing it. White space. Ooh, that's fun. Definitely not what I'm intending. Huh. Okay. I probably should format this. Let me see if I've got a function in here already to do this. Turns a string representing a number into fixed notation. So let's see if we use 2-, if that improves anything. Where is it? Dagnabbit. Then I think we also want... Oh, actually, state amount might work, but we need to add this. All right, let's see how this works out. Because that was way too long. Right. Do I think it was? Dang it! Doesn't seem right. Why is that number smaller? Something's haywire here. So that's 5 zeros, and this is clearly not 5 zeros. What's going on here? That ain't right. State amount. Oh, I'm a derp. I know why. So it's trying to convert from duffs, and I wasn't using duffs there. Maybe that'll do it. All right, let's see if that resolves it. That's a lot better. But I'm actually gonna let's see. I want to see what the full amount is before I assume this is fixed correctly. Yeah, that's not right. It should round up. That is the right decimal places, though, I think. My music stopped? That's weird. I don't think it should have stopped yet. I think this playlist is supposed to be longer than that. Odd. Okay, so this should probably round up to 3.8. So is it round the, no, I think we want sealing, right? Static methods always round up and returns the smallest integer greater than or equal to a given number. Oh, see, I don't want an integer though. Let's see. JS math round up float. Oh, that should do it? So why didn't this do that? Feel like that should have done that. Rounds number to a specified number of decimals and it returns a string. Or if you want to round a floating point number, what's the difference? Why does that one round up and this one doesn't? It rounds down. Yeah, I want it to always round up in this scenario. Round using. That might work. The other possible way. Yeah, I don't want to extend that. See if this does what I want. Where is it? There. Okay, so let's take that. We're going to come in here and say round using actually, before I do that, fix is 8. So let's do precision is 8. Hopefully that will be a decent starting point. And then here, we shouldn't need to include that. Okay, so let's test that. And in here, round using okay, let's test that out. Come on, select. There we go. So round using that's more or less what I wanted. Let's see if we move this actually do that, what it does. Nope. Okay, so it definitely needs to come in that order. But with this, we can do, let's see. And actually, this one, I think, can just be state amount, like we had it. Let's see. All right, send byte 002, send. There we go. It shouldn't be including that 0 on the end, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. Yeah, I think it's fine. Fund this wallet with at least that amount of dash to complete this transaction. The other thing I'm thinking of is should be a fee. Minimum fee. So create transaction, that's where it's done. So if mid fee sizes, dx phrase. Okay, so if that's working, the other thing I've realized here is request QR. We probably need to add in that. Okay, so now if we do byte and 0002 send insufficient wallet funds, that changes. Oh, we'll need to do the footer too. Dagnabbit. All right, so send byte 002 send does that. And if we do request, that updates correctly and does the correct amount. And if we lower it to 1 and do send, that cool. All right, good. Let's see here. And before I commit that, go to the to-dos, and this was for clicking send with zero balance throws an error in console. The dialog error message to indicate what why it. Okay. So commit, fix UI, fix a bug. Zero balance send. Go fund dialog zero balance send. All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and push that. Cool. All right, that's pretty good. I think I'm gonna wrap up here for now and take a break. So I might be back on in a little bit here. I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet. But there are quite a few more things to do. Not quite a few. We've gotten the big stuff out of the way. The main things we needed to do are now done. Maybe not main thing. Most of the things. So these are all nicer to haves. Actually, I'm gonna reorder this so it's Easier to read. Okay. And let me do commit, staged amend there. And then I will push that. Okay, there we go. So we need to do these. This is probably higher on my priority list. Man, I'm going to reorder these, but I don't care about pushing this yet. So that's probably highest priority to me. Something like that. Yeah, I think this is the priority that is ideal. And then these other things, I don't think they need to be done for stage 1 to be complete, but this is really close. I think with one more stream, stage 1 will be done with at least these things done, probably all 4 of these. This one shouldn't take long. It should actually be very quick. It's just also not high priority. It's more of a nice to have thing than it is anything that's required. But yeah, we're in a good place. We're really close. For anyone tuning in, this should be testable at this URL here. Wonder if I can make this easier to see. So this URL, it should automatically be deployed and updated. I guess I haven't checked, but it should be. It should auto deploy. So if we go into, see, actions. Yeah, it's already deployed. Awesome. So yes, this should be up to date, which means you should be able to go to that URL and test things out if you want to. You should be able to pair contacts, back things up, all of that good stuff. So that's what we've been working on. And yeah, we'll have it finished and merged to the main one very soon here. Probably in one more stream, one likely short stream, less than a couple hours. All right, so I'm gonna close that and this and that, and we're gonna go here. So, all right, thanks for tuning in. Please consider following, liking, subscribing, sharing, commenting. Did I miss anything? All those things. It helps me out. It's much appreciated. So, yeah, please do so. And I will catch you all next stream.